Well, good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to the ball field here at Ankeny Centennial High School for tonight's doubleheader against the visiting Pleasant Valley Spartans and your Centennial Jaguars here on Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire. We're getting ready to go, just wrapping up infield here for game number 1. My name's Cade Tomlinson, doing your play-by-play here tonight. And the man that runs about 4 different jobs, sitting over to my right, that's my dad, Rodney Tomlinson. Joining me alongside, I caught him off guard. He's just now putting on his headset.
Welcome to Centennial Baseball.
And I got to say, if there's more people tuned into Centennial Digital tonight, I do not blame them. It is a very nice, well, I say nice loosely.
It is baseball weather.
Yeah.
How about that? It's
It
nice
is.
and warm out there. There's a little breeze blowing. If you look at the flag, it's blowing out of the south. So we've got some folks coming in, those from Pleasant Valley making the trip to get here. I'm guessing we'll have a bigger crowd once the sun sinks a little bit and that second game rolls around.
Yes, I do believe our crowd will wait till game number 2 to show up, and then we will see more fans out here at the Centennial Ballpark. Well, we finally have time to do a pregame show here in game number 1, or at least a little bit of one. Coaches meeting at home plate, which means we are just about ready to get underway. Coming into tonight's Centennial, a 10-5 record on the season, coming off of a series sweep against Dowling on Monday. Pleasant Valley, on the other hand, a 13-1 record, also coming off of a series sweep against Davenport Central. The last time these two teams played each other was 2021. They've only played each other 4 times in the history of these two teams since 2014. Jags have won 3 out of the 4. The last one going the Jaguars' way, a 9-0 victory last time for the Jaguars. The Spartans lead the Mississippi Athletic Conference with an 8-0 conference record, and the Jaguars 5th in the CIML with a 6-4 conference record and are on a 4-game win streak. Well, that covers everything I have written down for today's pregame show. We are getting ready to go here for starting lineups brought to you by Sinorama Ankeny. We are going to take a quick break and come back with that. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
And now it's time for our first pitch this evening. Please welcome to the field, Matthias Fisher. All right, let her rip. Oh, inside and tight. Nice pitch. And now let's introduce tonight's starting lineups. First for the Spartans. Leading off at second base, number 12, Evan Barr. Batting second and catching, number 8, Milo Kelly. In left field, number 1, Finley Martin Olich. In the 4 spot, number 11, the pitcher, Lincoln Dalton. Batting 5th, the designated hitter, number 22, Kai Valeroy. Hitting 6th, the center fielder, number 13, Ben Burkle. Batting 7th, number 6, the right fielder, Harrison Fierce. In the 8th spot, it is the third baseman, number 7, Gavin Barber. And batting 9th, number 4 at shortstop, Jack Ryder. Your first baseman, number 2, Dominic Kurtz. Derek Stockline, your head coach, Max Slavens, and Henry Bloom are the assistants. And now, your Centennial Jaguar starters. Leading off at shortstop number 1, Isaac Brule. Batting second, wearing number 10, the designated hitter, Trey Hauser. Batting third, at third, number 7, Will Morris. In the cleanup spot, he patrols right field, number 24, Cohen Bowinkle. In the 5-hole, the left fielder, number 8, Reed Anderson. Batting 6th, center fielder, number 2, Jackson Reed. Hitting 7th, number 28, the second baseman, Will Nessler. Hitting 8th at first base, number 26, Grant Crowner. And batting 9th behind the dish, number 6, Josh Quinlan. On the bump for the Jaguars, number 3, TJ Hood. Mark High is the head coach. Sean Lynham, Drew Prongy, Joe Sandoff, Scott Blovitz, Todd Pugh, Bob Hoig, Hunter Caspers, and Scott Mortensen are the assistants.
Well, folks, that was your Cinerama Ankeny starting lineups. We are going to take a break and be right back. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Were made to help us connect, and somehow they've made us less connected.
Which is ironic, don't you think?
Ugh, I love this song so much.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Well, good evening, fans, and welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial High School. We are getting ready to go. That was your Cinerama Ankeny starting lineups. Jaguars going to start the top half of the inning. TJ Hood on the mound for the Jags. Josh Quinlan back behind the dish. We look around the infield at first base. It's Grant Crowner. Nestler holds down second. Isaac Brule over at short, and Will Morris holds down third base. The outside, we go Reed Anderson, Jackson Reed, Cohen Bullwinkle. Left to right. We're getting ready to go. 91 degrees at first pitch. So we talked about it earlier, a very baseball evening here tonight. Evan Barr going to be the first batter for the Pleasant Valley Spartans.
Leading on for the Spartans, second baseman, number 12, Evan Barr.
So a steady 91 degrees here at first pitch, and 5:02 is your time for your first pitch here this evening.
Degrees at first pitch tonight. Breeze out of the south.
1-0. That one misses outside from Hood. So we are 3-0 here for Evan Barr. You have 2-0. And that one going to find the top portion of the zone, so that'll make it 3-1.
Close enough anyway on a 3-0 count. Gets you the strike call.
That one fouled back.
So a bit of inside information talking to the Spartans before the game tonight, and their coach told us it was a long ride here. Air conditioner on the bus was not working.
Ooh.
Not a good day for that combination.
No, it is not a good day for that. And Grant Crowner tries to track that one down. He had it in the glove for a second. But that's just going to drop foul, and it's a new life here for Evan Barr. Yeah, on a 91-degree day, you really would like the AC in the bus to be working.
We'll see if that plays any part. I can see that affecting him in game number 2 tonight. That's got to zap you a little bit.
Yeah.
And that would show up, I would think, in game number 2. So just a little bit of information.
3-2 pitch misses, and that's going to be ball number 4. Barr will find his way to first. That brings up Milo Kelly, the catcher, wearing number 8 for the Spartans. Kelly, a .359 hitter on the season, has played all 14 games for the Spartans. Hood with the pickoff attempt back to Crowner, nothing there. So once again, Milo Kelly at the plate for the Spartans. Runner goes. Quinlan throws down to second, and runner is safe.
Barr stole that one on Hood. There was no chance for Quinlan to get him.
Contact made with that one. Bullwinkle underneath of it, and that one's going to be an out Now trying to get the throw down to third. If it was on line, it would have been close. But an F9 will put one away here in the top of the first. Runner advances to third. That brings up Finley Martinolich, the left fielder. Fouled off first pitch. Next pitch from Hood, also fouled back to the net. And the net here at Centennial, just a couple years old, but compared to what we used to have, the old chain link fence, boy, is it wonderful. Reed tracks that one down in center, and a run comes across for the Spartans. So the Spartans put up one on a sac fly. And that'll bring up Kai Valeroy. What did Martinolich do?
Sacrifice fly to center. Brought in Barr.
So this is the 5-hitter, though?
Oh, no. Oh, I don't know. I'm off. Never mind.
No, this is the 5-hitter.
I don't know. Say something on the broadcast.
So Kai Valeroy, the batter here for the Spartans. Now misses outside. That's going to be ball number 4.
Coming to the plate, the center fielder, number 13, Ben Burkle.
So now Ben Burkle, the center fielder, steps up to the plate.
Hood trying to show off the good move there to first. Unable to get it. Crowner, nice tag.
That one misses low and away.
Centennial having given up a stolen base already. Hood is wanting to keep him just a step or half step closer if he can.
Hood, pickoff attempt. Oh!
That one was close. So that'll give Valeroy something to think about over there at first base.
Hood extremely close on that pickoff. He's going to go again, and I think now he's just trying his luck.
He's proved his point. It's time to turn his attention to the plate.
1-0 the count here to Burkle. It's going to be a pop-up. Setting it under is Jackson Reed, and that's going to be out number 3. So an F8 will put the third one down, and the Spartans score 1 in the top half. We head to the bottom. It's 1-0 Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Jarash Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player. We have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
All the pets in Ankeny can't wait to see us at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital. Located just south of Uptown, our family-owned and operated practice has yearly plans with monthly pay options. Your dog or cat can get routine and preventative care before you may ever even know they are sick. From dental care to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom half of the first. It's Jaguars up to bat. 1, 2, 3 is going to be Isaac Brule, Trey Hauser, Will Morris, the shortstop, DH, and third baseman. As the throw down to second. So as I said, Isaac Brule going to be the first one up to bat here for the Jaguars. Still sticking to what we've seen him do all season from the right side. First pitch to Brule. Going to be a strike on the outside portion of the zone.
And the main change in the batting order tonight, Trey Hauser in the number 2 spot. That's up in the order from where he has been.
The 0-1 pitch to Brule. Going to be sent over to Barber. Barber to Kurtz, and that's out number 1.
Barber will make the play for the first out. Here's number 10, the designated hitter, Trey Hauser.
Okay, so their lineup's messed up because 22's over at first.
Fire the guy that made it.
No, I mean on here it's messed up too. That one fouled back and out of play. Apparently. So Valeroy over at first for the Spartans. The 1-2 misses up high, makes it 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and it's a drop third, and that'll be out number 2. Brings up the third baseman, Will Morris.
Number 7, Will Morris. Have you talked about his record?
No.
Lincoln Dalton on the bump, a junior for the Spartans, comes in tonight with 3 wins and no losses with his record here early on.
Morris makes contact with that one, going to drop that one in left center. And he's going for 2. Could be looking for 3 here. He gets the hold sign from Lynham. And it's going to be a stand-up double for the Jaguar third baseman, Will Morris.
Get your bowling shoes out. That one's in the alley. Morris, a stand-up double.
Well, you've heard the saying, and
Here's
it
number
could
24,
play to be
right
true.
fielder,
2 out
Cohen
hits win games.
Bullwinkle.
Brings up Cohen Bullwinkle, the right fielder.
And I was just about to say before that last pitch that Dalton has a .7 ERA currently. Centennial would like to bump that up just a bit.
You don't typically see an ERA that low. Very rarely do you see an ERA that low.
Well, the Spartans have a couple of good arms on the squad.
Bullwinkle swings on that one, and that's a strike, 0-2. I think when you look at the matchup for these games on Bound, they show you average runs per game given up and earned, or scored.
And Dalton will step off and start over again as he looks in. Now he's going to call the catcher out there. Definitely not on the same wavelength there.
So looking at some of the stats between these two teams, and they look fairly similar. Runs scored, 8.4 for the Spartans per game. Jaguars, 4.6. And it looks more similar when you go to runs scored against. 2.6 for the Spartans and 2.1 for the Jaguars. Right around 400 at-bats for both teams. As Bullwinkle gets contact with that one, and it's going to be fired over to Valeroy.
Mark that one down as a 1-4-3 in your book.
And that will be out number 3. We head to the top of the second. You're watching Centennial Digital. The score, 1-0 Spartans. We're driven by Freedom Tire.
What if you could create memories that would last a lifetime? That would be pretty cool. Well, now you can.
My real estate team knows that sports and extracurricular activities contribute to a well-rounded education. As an Ankeny Hawks mom, I have seen how important they are for success in school and beyond. And as a realtor, I know that our schools are one of the main reasons people love to call Ankeny home, and that's why I am a proud supporter. I've been helping Ankeny families for over 20 years, and if you or anyone you know needs help finding the perfect home, let's talk. But first, go Hawks.
Welcome back to Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. We're getting ready for the top of the second as the Spartans come to the dish. Kate, it's you.
Well, according to the book, it is Harrison Fierce at the plate for the Spartans. And first pitch, high pop-up. Getting underneath of it is William Nessler. And that's out number 1. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Gavin Barber. Barber, a .295 hitter on the season so far, and Reed going to let that one drop in center field, and it'll be a Brings up Jack Ryder.
Here's the shortstop, number 4, Jack Ryder.
So did they just flip him? Is to the DH now? Because he's on deck. Another base hit here for the Spartans puts Ryder on base.
So we didn't miss anything. At the plate, number 2, Dominic Kurtz.
Is the Jaguar dugout not confused by this? Bookkeeper not bringing it up to coach? God, this bookkeeper must be a rookie. First pitch fouled back by Kurtz.
So did Kate, I don't know.
Bunt shown, laid down, and umpire calling something. Batter interference, possibly.
I looked down at the wrong time, obviously. He's sending the runners back to first and second. So I don't know if he made contact with the ball when he was out of the box there that it hit him, or I didn't see what the call was, but the person at the plate is out, and the runners are back to where they were.
So that takes us back to the top of the order. The second baseman, Evan Barr.
In the box, number 12, Evan Barr. Bless you.
I guess we'll just keep his underneath. And the pickoff attempt from Hood.
Nestler trying to apply the tag, but Barber getting back in. Fairly good move, though, out of Hood. Would you please put your phone down and focus on what you're supposed to be doing?
1-1 now the count here to Evan Barr. Barr, 396 on the season so far, 517 on base percentage. Misses up high, 2-1.
Well, taking a look at that flag out across the right field wall, the breeze has definitely picked up, and it is blowing straight out to center field now. So unlike Monday night where the wind was holding everything up, it's going to give it a ride tonight if you get it there.
Yeah, you get it up in the jet stream, and it's just going to take it out towards center field, and that one's going to be sent down the right field line and out of play.
And we talk about it all the time that this is a big ballpark. It's a pitcher's ballpark, definitely not a hitter's. We don't see a whole lot of home runs, but it's a night like tonight that might provide that for us.
Yeah, this ballpark, a copy of Principal Park, put in the middle of the north side of Ankeny, right by the high school. 335 down the lines, 400 to center. And I think we ended up doing the math about 363 to the power alley. And that's going to be out number 3. Hood hangs the K. We head to the bottom of the second. Your score remains 1-0. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
What if you could create memories that would last a lifetime? That would be pretty cool. Well, now you can.
Phones were made to help us connect, yet somehow they've made us less connected.
Which is ironic. Don't you think?
We try to put our phones down, but we need to pick them up to see the menu.
We can't watch something without also watching something else.
Ironic. But look, here's a phone company who wants you to use your phone less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Traffic jam. Ugh, and I'm already late.
Welcome back. Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. We are headed to the bottom of the second. Jaguars trail 1-0. Now back to your play-by-play voice, Cade Tomlinson.
We are getting ready to go Reed Anderson, followed by Jackson Reed. Your first two up to bat.
Number 8, left fielder, Reed Anderson.
Reed Anderson, wearing number 8 for the Jaguars. A .310 hitter on the season, and that one's going to be sent out to center.
Carried just a little too far.
Burkle gets under it for out number 1.
Burkle will make the grab, one away. Here's the center fielder, number 2, Jackson Reed.
Jackson Reed now up at the plate for the Jaguars. Do you have Knox in your bag?
Have what?
Binoculars?
Yes.
First pitch to Reed is a ball, 1-0. Second pitch coming in. Bat to ball on that one, over to left field. And it's going to be Martin Olich under that one.
Martin Olich will make the play, 2 down. Coming to the plate, second baseman, number 28, Will Nessler.
And scratch that, Dominic Kurtz actually over in left field. That's what I was getting these out for. First pitch in to Nessler is a strike. And runner is safe over at first. That was Ryder ranging across the bag and not able to make the throw in time. So it'll be a single for Nessler, brings up Grant Crowner.
So is anybody else where they're supposed to be?
Checking.
Apparently it's just a suggestion.
7 is third base. 4 at short. First pitch into Crowner is a strike. 12 at second. Everybody else is where they're supposed to be. So
We just played musical positions with those 3?
yeah, I guess.
Whatever. So that makes Martinovich, whatever his name is, the DH.
Makes Martin Olich not in the lineup.
Oh, okay.
So Dalton is the 3 hitter. That's why we didn't have anything for him, because he doesn't exist in the lineup. 2-1 here, the count to Crowner. That one misses outside. Hitters count 3-1.
And Dalton with the gas that time, trying to paint the outside edge, not quite getting it there to the Blues' liking.
And looking in the field here for the Spartans, it's Dalton and Kelly, the battery. Dalton on the bump, Kelly back behind the dish as Crowner will take the ride down to first. Brings up the catcher, Josh Quinlan. Valeroy holds down first base here for the Spartans. Barr over at second. Ryder on at shortstop. Barber at third. Left to right in the outfield goes Kurtz, Burkle, and Fierce.
And second inning in a row, the Jaguars have a runner down in scoring position at second base. Weren't able to push him across last time. We'll see if they fare better here with 2 away.
On the prowl is William Nessler. Josh Quinlan at the plate.
Drops in a nice breaking ball. As Ryder out at shortstop, playing games with Nessler down at second.
Playing a little hot shoe over at second base. As that one's going to miss outside.
That was straight gas that sailed on him. Pressure's on Quinlan now. He's got 2 strikes he's got to protect. Keep this inning alive, keep the line moving.
I'm not going to say this one on broadcast, but Quinlan is 0.91 on batting average. And that's going to be a force out at third for out number 3. So we head to the top of the third. Your score 1-0 here in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Dear Cable Internet, I've met someone I can rely on, who moves my speed and is okay with how much I work. I'm sorry, but US Cellular Home Internet and I just have a stronger connection.
Get connected with US Cellular's Home Internet for just $39.99 when bundled with a wireless plan, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee. US Cellular, built for us.
Getting ready for the top of the third here at Centennial High School. As the throw goes down, that means the Spartan hitter is going to come to the plate. Milo Kelly, number 8, is going to start us off. At the plate, number 8, the catcher, Milo Kelly.
Milo Kelly at bat for the Spartans. First pitch misses outside.
Had some movement on that one, but found its way just out of the zone. That one down just a bit, makes it in for a strike.
1-1 now the count here to Kelly. That one finds the outside portion. And a diving play by Morris. And I am with the crowd here on this one. It looked like Morris had that in the glove before it hit the ground. But
I believe he caught that, yeah.
The umpire is going to come together on this one and see what we have. In my book, it's written down as a K before I mark anything. And they call him out. A beautiful diving play by Morris.
Morris, a nice diving grab down at the hot corner.
And I got to give props to Morris. I got to give props to Morris on that one. A great heads-up play, as he knew he didn't get the call right away, so he went to finish out the play on the field and kept it going.
Well, you're always taught to go ahead and make the throw in case the umpire doesn't see it, but in that case, he'd have almost been better to just stand up and show him the ball, because when he threw over and pulled Crowner off the bag, everything got a little confusing. Fortunately, they got the call right on the catch.
And the Pleasant Valley coach, I'm sure, asking about that one as well, but you saw Hood and Morris go for the appeal on that. Right after they called the runner safe at first, both Hood and Morris looked to the home plate umpire and said, hey, wait, hold on. He caught that.
Yeah. Morris got up right away showing him his glove, saying, I had that one. I just threw it as a courtesy.
Nestler over to Crowner, and that's out number 2. And that'll put away Lincoln Dalton, the pitcher for the Spartans. Now Kai Valeroy, the first baseman, steps into the box.
We think.
Yeah. A little bit of musical positions going on as one of the original guys in the lineup not making it out onto the field. And you talked about the possibility of that no AC bus ride playing in later into tonight. Makes me wonder, has it already played into effect? Heat exhaustion or...
Well, not sure why, but Finley Martinolich is not out there anywhere. He was scheduled to be number 3 in the lineup and patrolling left field, but some moving around of the pieces. Oh, there's a good struck.
And that one's going to be out of here.
We might see it tonight with the breeze, and there it goes. It's just the wrong team if you're a Jaguar fan.
So Kai Valeroy sends one over the left field fence. And that'll put the Spartans up 2-0.
And you talk launch angle. He had the launch angle on that from the time he hit that. I knew that one was a problem. It was solid, and the launch angle looked good, and it just sailed over the left field fence.
Here's number 13, center fielder Ben Burkle.
So now Ben Burkle steps up to the plate. That one up high, and Brule going to call for that one. That's going to be out number 3. So the Jaguars let one go, and it's one over the fence. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. It's Spartans 2, Jaguars 0. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
What if you could create memories that would last a lifetime? That would be pretty cool. Well, now you can.
Dear cable internet, I've met someone I can rely on, who moves my speed and is okay with how much I work. I'm sorry, but US Cellular Home Internet and I just have a stronger connection.
Get connected with US Cellular's home internet for just $39.99 when bundled with a wireless plan, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee. US Cellular, built for us.
Welcome back to Centennial Digital, once again brought to you by Freedom Tire. And once again, back to your play-by-play voice, Cade Tomlinson.
Well, we finally got the infield-outfield figured out. I gave you the correct lineup there in the bottom of the second. Kurtz patrolling left field and Valeroy at first. Originally, our lineups had Kurtz at first and Martin Olich in left. But we are back at the top of the order here for the Jaguars. Isaac Brule as Dalton, not ready to go yet. Brule keeps in the box. And first pitch swinging on, breaking ball.
Little Billy Squire stroke play in between innings. Maybe that'll get the bat strokes going for him. See if they can wake him up.
Oh, 1 misses outside.
We're early on here, just the bottom of the third, but the Jaguars find themselves down 2-0. And we saw something we don't see a lot of here, Cade. We saw the long ball show up last inning.
We did see the long ball leave the yard here in this one already tonight. The Spartans, a no-doubter, you might call it, over the left field fence.
Kai Valeroy, their first baseman, got into one, barreled it up, and said bye-bye.
Now 2-1, finds the zone, makes it 2-2. And Isaac Brule, I know, puts in a lot of time in the offseason getting ready for the baseball season. And Lucas Brule, the older brother, I'm fairly sure keeps up with him and heads to the gym, gets the hitting in and all the workouts. Brule, 367 batting average, and that one's going to be ball number 4. So leadoff walk for the Jaguars puts a man on base, and we see something a little different than the last 2 innings here for the Jaguars. Trey Hauser now at the dish for the Jaguars. But as I was saying, something a little different here for the Jaguars, not going 1-2 and having to rely on that 2-out rally as Brule slides back head first safely.
Dalton looking him back and Brule diving back in, plenty of space. Trailing 2-0, we'll see if they try the wheels. Hauser swings through that one.
And Brule standing over on first, 7 for 8 on stolen bases.
Well, what do you say we make it 8 for 9?
I haven't gotten a chance to peek at the 40 times for the Jaguars, but my guess is Brule has the quickest as Hauser puts one in the gap for a base hit. Brings up Will Morris, the third baseman.
Here's number 7, third baseman, Will Morris. Okay, so I'm going to have to make a joke on the next one. Brought to you by Who's on First. The answer after that, Trey Hauser. Turn your mic off.
First pitch into Morris is strike 1.
Well, once again, Jaguars have a runner down at second base for the third time in 3 innings. This time, though, you mentioned it comes with nobody out.
Jaguar is going to work with 2 on base, no away, as Morris lets that one sit outside in the zone. 0-2. As a little bit of cloud cover could play a big part here in the Jaguars game. Brings a little bit of shade to you. Swung on, sent to
that
right
one's in the
center.
gap.
And that one's going to go all the way back to the wall. That is 2 hits for Morris in 2 at-bats, and they are both stand-up doubles. This one tags along with 2 RBIs.
2 RBIs on the stand-up double to the other alley this time for Morris. Here's the right fielder, number 24, Cohen Bullwinkle.
And I don't typically mention it this early, but fans, stay tuned after game number 1 for our Lamberti Murphy Strong Player of the Game. We already have a strong candidate.
Yeah, let's see, a double to each alley. That'd be a good start for that.
As that one's popped up high, and that's going to result in out number 1. Ryder underneath it.
Ryder calls for it, 1 away. They'll bring up the left fielder, number 8, Reed Anderson.
So Reed Anderson, the left fielder, now up to bat. Man, I think Morris is still mad about that first game when we didn't give him Lamberti Murphy Strong Player of the Game. We went to the judges' scorecard, and Nestler had it over Morris. As that one's also a high fly ball, and Ryder goes 2 for 2 on fly balls here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Coming to the plate for Centennial, number 2, center fielder Jackson Reed.
So the Jaguars have answered with 2 runs here in the bottom of the 3rd. Jackson Reed now at the plate. Will Morris stands on second. Very nonchalant. Kind of looks like Ashton Jeanty in the backfield for Boise State.
Yeah, great job out of the Jaguars answering here in the 3rd inning as we've got it all knotted up on the scoreboard at 2. They've got a chance to push the go-ahead run across with another base hit.
The 1-1 misses just barely outside.
Reed comes up empty with that swing.
The Jaguars 3 games until we are home next here at the ballpark at Centennial. They play Urbandale at, scratch that, they play Valley at Valley High School. And then we come back in Urbandale junior varsity doubleheader. So 1 game here on Centennial Digital that night, followed by a doubleheader with Waukee. As Jackson Reed going to get the base on balls. And that'll put him on first.
Second baseman, number 28, Will Nestler.
So the next home game for the Jaguars on the 16th. Once again, that's a single game against Urbandale. And as they listed here on Bound, it is at the Ankeny Centennial High School ACHS Outdoor Spaces baseball field.
Wow, sure glad I don't have to say that a lot. That's a mouthful.
They really should just name the field. I guess it has only been 13 years. Thank you for the quick math. My brain was failing. So William Nessler up at the plate here for the Jaguars.
You know, you really shouldn't leave a slow-hanging curveball like that.
And they say, yes, he did go on that one, so that'll be strike number 2.
All right, Nessler's job now, protect the plate.
Runners on first and second for Nessler. 0-2, up high.
Dalton's been good with that curveball. He just left that one upstairs just a bit.
1-2 now the count.
About to say, watch out. He'll try to drop that one in there, and he just left it up.
The 1-2 pitch. Nessler gets a hold of that one. It's going to be right down the line. Nessler going to go for 2, going to bring 1 across for the Jaguars, and 2 runs come across. Nessler running over to third, and he's out. So does that negate both runs? So the Jaguars bring 2 across, and Nessler still gets the 2 RBI double.
Centennial with 4 in the bottom of the third to take the lead. It's 4-2 Jaguars.
And we head to the top of the 4th. Jaguars now lead, hanging up 4 in the bottom of the 3rd. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student-athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Look, here's a phone company who wants us to use our phones less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
It's a free ride. But I already paid.
Centennial Digital, proud to be bringing you tonight's broadcast of the Centennial Jaguars and the Pleasant Valley Spartans. And a non-conference matchup here tonight. Now back to your voice of the Jaguars.
Well, it may be non-conference, but it will matter in the postseason. Pleasant Valley, part of the 5A. I believe that's what we are in baseball. 5A conference. As Andy was nice enough to send me the rankings for, we are 4A, not 5A. We haven't reached 5A yet for baseball. 4A rankings, Pleasant Valley second in the rankings for week number 4. The Jaguars are 12th. As Reed will settle under that one. Brings up Gavin Barber, the third baseman. So Prairie is the only team above Pleasant Valley in the 4A standings so far this season. And a beautiful play from Nessler.
Nessler makes the grab for 2 down. Here's number 4.
And that'll bring up Jack Ryder. And we talked about the battle between Nessler and Morris for Lamberti Murphy Strong Player of the Game in game number 1. And I think Nestler heard that and is trying to put the battle back up for it.
That was a nice play. It was a line shot at him. He left his feet to bring it down, but he's going to have to do more than that to take it away from Morris over at third with the 2 doubles and RBIs.
Well, Nestler does have one of the same now with Morris, a 2 RBI double, as Ranging will not be able to make the play, and that's going to be a base hit for Ryder. Brings up the left fielder, Dominic Kurtz.
Well, I tell you what, if Nestler would have gotten to that one and made the catch, we might have had an issue because that would have been a heck of a play.
So we will keep you informed on the stats for our Lamberti Murphy Strong Player of the Game as the game goes on. I believe as of right now, the scorecards go to Will Morris.
It is ironic that it's Nestler battling with him once again with that double down the right field side and 2 RBIs. That puts Morris up a double and an RBI, I believe.
And now Nestler going to make the play for out number 3. And we will head to the bottom of the 4th. We are still 4-2 in favor of the Jaguars. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom.
Our phones were made to help us connect, and somehow they've made us less connected.
Which is ironic, don't you think? Ugh, I love this song so much.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. US Cellular, built for us.
All the pets in Ankeny can't wait to see us at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital. Located just south of Uptown, our family-owned and operated practice has yearly plans with monthly pay options. Your dog or cat can get routine and preventative care before you may ever even know they are sick. From dental care to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital.
Jaguars coming to the plate as we get ready to go bottom of the 4th. Centennial on top, 4-2.
Grant Crowner going to be the first one up to bat here for the Jaguars, as we were talking in the bottom half, in between innings, in between the 3rd and the 4th inning. And there's nothing to hang Nestler's head on there in that last out. He got the 2 RBIs and the double, and it was a great heads-up play from Nestler to try and get over to 3rd. The catcher had his head down on home plate and looked up in time to make the throw over to 3rd.
Well, and it took a good throw to get him. So, like you said, just good aggressive base running, following a nice hit down the right field side.
And if I remember any of my speeches from Jaguar practice, it's Coach Lynham saying, we will never be mad at you for aggressive base running. We highly encourage it. Just don't be stupid. As that one finds the zone on Crowner, makes it 2-2.
Crowner got the base on balls back in the 2nd inning. This is his 2nd plate appearance. Game number 1.
That one will drop down low. And that's going to be ball number 4. Crowner, free ride down to 1st. Brings up the catcher, Josh Quinlan. On deck for the Jaguars, Isaac Brule, the shortstop.
So twice at the plate, 2 free passes for Crowner as he stands down at first.
And that was going to be a pop-up back towards the Jaguar dugout. And Kelly was trying to get to that to get the out and not able to range far enough.
And that one, the Cardinals' sin as a hitter. If you're going to square around a bunt, do not pop it up in the air. Get your bat above the ball.
I see a little longer at the bunting station at next practice.
Well, we'll see how the next attempt goes.
0-1. Bunt shown. Lays it down the third base side. Much better this time, and it's going to be a sacrifice bunt to move Crowner over to second.
With the sacrifice, 1 away. The Centennial shortstop, number 1, Isaac Brule.
So that takes us to the top of the order here in this one. Isaac Brule, the shortstop.
Quinlan redeemed himself on that one. A very nice bunt down the third base side to advance Crowner down to second.
All right, so I take back what I said. Maybe he doesn't have longer at the bunting station.
4th inning in a row, Centennial pushes a runner to second base at least.
Brule going to look to push him even further, as that one's going to be fouled back, and I think that was you.
I might have had to run over Riley to get it, but I think I was there.
I don't think Riley would have put up much of a fight, so. One, the count here to Brule. Crowner not too far off the grass there on his lead at second. Now 1-2 the count. And kind of a atypical lead for Crowner. You see him pretty much right on the fringe of the grass over at second. Typically, you're told to take a few steps back towards the outfield, as that's going to end up being an E4. Crowner charging for home, and the throw gets past him. Brule going to be over at second, and the hold sign is up.
Crowner coming around to score.
And that'll play Ring Around the Rosie as Brule now stands on second, and Crowner comes across the plate.
And that one courtesy of an E4. Right through the wickets.
I didn't know he played cricket here in Iowa. I thought that was more of an Australia thing.
Okay, how about through the 5-hole?
That'll work.
Speaking of 5-hole, if anybody was watching the NHL game the other night, but it was fight after fight. It was fight night. They did play a little hockey in around it.
What do you mean? There was a game? It must have been Fight Club. Oh, dang it. I just broke the number 1 rule.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
As Hauser going to have a productive out, puts Brule over on third.
That'll be 2 away. Here comes the third baseman, number 7, Will
Brings up Will Hotbat Morris.
Mr. 2 for 2 with 2 doubles.
We'll see what he can do here. He's found both alleys, so what does he have left to do?
Well, they're shading him to the right side, too, the center fielder. Oh, well, he can try to get away from the ball and accidentally put it in play. Oops.
Well, that's going to be an unfortunate out number 3 as we head to the top of the 5th. Jaguars only able to hang up 1. It's now 5-2 in favor of the Jaguars. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
My real estate team knows that sports and extracurricular activities contribute to a well-rounded education. As an Ankeny Hawks mom, I have seen how important they are for success in school and beyond. And as a realtor, I know that our schools are one of the main reasons people love to call Ankeny home, and that's why I am a proud supporter. I've been helping Ankeny families for over 20 years, and if you or anyone you know needs help finding the perfect home, let's talk. But first, go Hawks.
Welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial. We head to the top of the 5th. Top of the order for the Spartans. Evan Barr stepping up to the plate.
Well, minus that home run back in the 3rd inning from Kai Valeroy, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th have actually moved fairly quickly. See if the Jaguar defense can continue that trend here in the 5th.
You really said it? Yep. 2-2 here, the count to Evan Barr. As now we expect everything to come to a screeching halt. As they proved me wrong, it's a strikeout for out number 1. Brings up Milo Kelly, the catcher.
Oh, ye of little faith. Although you're right, the minute you talk about it, it all goes the other direction.
I was going to say, it's not that I have little faith, it's that I know very well of the announcer's curse. Or, you know, when you're at a game and you find tickets to a show that night and you need to be home at a certain time and you buy the tickets and then the game comes to a screeching halt and you look at the clock and go, could this have come at any worse of a time? Not that I'm speaking from experience or anything.
Everything that could slow that game down that day, it did.
As that's going to be ball number 4 for Milo Kelly. As a courtesy runner stepping in at first. That'll be number 5, Jackson O'Melia.
Jackson O'Melia now at first base.
I hope I said that right. Works for me. And yeah, just a little more explanation on what we were talking about. We went up to Iowa City for a game, saw the Cornhuskers and the Hawkeyes. Realized that Hadestown was at the Civic Center that night. Found tickets, $18 a pop. So, as O'Melia going to get to second on a pass ball.
Yeah, we're sitting in the stands, game's just breezing right along, clicking the innings off, and thinking, gosh, we're going to be done here. Hey, let's grab these tickets. That's an amazing price. So we did, and everything stopped.
I believe the main thing that brought it to a halt was the challenge of a play right after we bought the tickets, and all of a sudden, previous play is being challenged.
Well, we had a challenge. We had, I think, a half dozen pitching changes.
Half dozen mound visits.
It just, anything that could slow it down happened. And it was a quick ride back to Des Moines to make it to the show.
The foot got a little heavier.
And were it not for our producer Riley dropping us off at the theater, we would not have made it.
Yeah, nothing like a little fire drill, Chinese fire drill in the middle of downtown Des Moines. As Morris settles under that one for out number 2.
So that brings us back to our home run hitter. Valeroy cleared the left field fence last time up.
And you can see left field pretty much all the way back to the fence. Reed Anderson playing back a ways.
Definitely showing some respect out that direction.
Wind still blowing from the south.
Blowing pretty much straight out to center field, but that last shot he hit, I think, would have made it with or without any breeze.
When the launch angle's right, the launch angle's right. As that one's going to be in the glove of Crowner, and that's going to be out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 5th. A quick top half of the inning. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
What if you could create memories that would last a lifetime? That would be pretty cool. Well, now you can.
Phones were made to help us connect, yet somehow they've made us less connected.
Which is ironic.
Don't you think? We try to put our phones down, but we need to pick them up to see the menu. We can't watch something without also watching something else.
Ironic.
Ironic.
But look, here's a phone company who wants you to use your phone less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. US Cellular, built for us.
Traffic jam. Ugh, and I'm already late.
Centennial enjoying a 3-run lead as we head to the bottom of inning number 5. It'll be Bowinkle, Anderson, and Reed scheduled to the plate as we get set to go.
So Cohen Bowinkle, the first batter here for the Jaguars. Bowinkle, a rare 1-4-3 in the first and a fly out to shortstop in the third.
Hit a good solid shot right up the middle. The pitcher deflected it. Second baseman Barr took care of it over for the out, so goes in the book as a 1-4-3.
First pitch was a strike. That one down in the dirt. 1-1. And Bowinkle swings away at that one, makes it 1-2. And I talked about it earlier, Pleasant Valley, a 13-1 record, but typically you take that record with a grain of salt when they're not from your division.
Definitely play different competition, but couple of the top-ranked teams in the state are coming from that east side right now.
Very true. I believe Pleasant Valley only a couple years in the 4A, 5A category and done pretty well so far. As Bullwinkle will take the ride down to first.
Coming to the plate, left fielder, number 8, Reed Anderson.
Brings up Reed Anderson. Pick off, back pick to first, unsuccessful.
Anderson bunts through the attempt there. Kelly grabs it, throws it down to Valeroy, and fortunately, Bullwinkle awake, diving back in. There's that nice breaking ball for him. Drops it in for a strike, and Anderson finds himself down in the count.
So 0-2 here, the count to Reed Anderson. As that one's going to be in the dirt, 1-2. Fans, be sure check in from where you're watching, whether it be on the live stream and Ryder gets under that one.
Here's number 2, center fielder, Jackson Reed.
So Jackson Reed now the batter for the Jaguars. Runner still on first.
You started the check-in comment there. You want to finish that thought?
Make sure you check in for us, whether it be here on Centennial Digital or Mike Man RT on both Instagram or on Twitter and Facebook. Does that suffice?
Well, you just kind of left him hanging there.
I got the main part out here on CISN. As it's going to be a 4-6-3, 4 outs, 2 and 3. And we are going to head to the top of the 6th. It is 5-2 in favor of the Jaguars. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial. We are getting ready for the top of the 6th. Leadoff hitter for the Spartans going to be Ben Burkle, the center fielder.
Leading off the 6th inning for the Spartans, number 13, center fielder, Ben Burkle.
First offering from Hood stays up and out of the strike zone.
Burkle, 2 fly outs, 1 to center, 1 to short. As that one's going to be to the other side, and that's going to be an L4 in the book.
Nice grab down at second for 1 away.
Brings up Harrison Fierce, the right fielder.
That's a second nice defensive play out of Nestler out there at second.
I'm telling you, he's trying to put the fight back up for that Lamberti Murphy Strong player of the game.
He's not willing to let it go without a fight.
I wonder if they know between Morris and Nestler that they have a rivalry going for the Lamberti Murphy Strong title.
Well, if they watch these broadcasts back, they do.
That one's going to be dropped into right center. Gives Harrison Fierce a base hit. Brings up Gavin Barber.
Barber coming to the plate, 1 for 2 here tonight. Base hit back in the second and lined out to who else? Nestler, last time up.
Barber going to look to do something with it here. 1 away. That one going to miss low and away as Quinlan fakes the back pick.
And a nice job by Quinlan keeping that one in front of him as it hit the dirt. He kind of smothered it. Keeps Fierce down at first base instead of watching him go to second.
1-1. Finds the zone, makes it 1.
Beautiful breaking pitch there out of Hood.
And 2, I believe. That one fouled back, and I believe that hit the mask of Quinlan. I think we're 1-2. Now we're at least 1-2. And that'll be strike number 3. A beautiful pitch from Hood. Finds the bottom part of the zone, and that'll send Barber back to the dugout.
And for hitting in the number 8 spot, Ryder has been the hot one, and that'll make him 3 for 3.
Ryder moves the runner to second and puts himself on first. And we go to Dominic Kurtz, the left fielder.
Yeah, I couldn't get out that he was 2 for 2 and looked up and he was 3 for 3. So Ryder with a hot bat.
First pitch from Hood popped up way high. Morris calling for it. And that's going to be out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Your score remains the same. It's 5-2 in favor of the Jaguars. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
walks into Nick Rush Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
Welcome back to the ball field here at Ankeny Centennial. A little juicy wiggle going on at the ballpark.
It's just not the same, though, without our Juicy Wiggle King, Will Kreider, out there in right field watching him do the Juicy Wiggle.
Been a couple years since we've seen the Juicy Wiggle going on in right field.
Well, what can Mr. Nestler do here to muddy the water a little bit more for our player of the game? He is 2 for 2 with a double, a couple of RBIs, a couple of really nice defensive plays.
So if you had to choose right now, who are you picking? Morris or Nestler? Where does your scorecard lie?
My scorecard lies with Nestler. Those two defensive plays, I think, put him over the top with it. I mean, Morris has been great with the 2 doubles to each power alley, but throw in that defense from Nestler, I might give him the edge. Base hit here could really help him.
2-2 here, the count to Nestler. As we get our judges' scorecard report from Rodney Tomlinson.
Well, that's not going to help him.
And that'll be out number 1.
Coming to the plate, first baseman, number 26, Grant Crowner.
Crowner now at bat. He's reached both times on a base on balls. And that's not really the way you want to reach, but...
Well, it helps the on-base percentage.
It does indeed. Swings away at the first pitch, which I believe would have been called a strike anyway, so... 0-1 the count. Here to Crowner. That one finds the top portion. 0-2. And he's going to change the script a little bit. A single for Crowner.
Crowner will slice it to the opposite field for a base hit. Brought to you by Who's on First? The answer, Grant Crowner.
So now Josh Quinlan steps up to the plate. Quinlan a sac bunt in the 4th. As he swings away at that one.
Out ahead of that one. I think he'd completed the swing all the way around before the ball got to him.
That one finds the zone, 1-2.
Another nice curveball out of Dalton. Body language would tell me Quinlan wasn't real sure on that one if he was going to get rung up or not. He kind of flinched and froze.
2-2 the count to Quinlan. And now we fill it up 3-2.
No question on that one, as it was well off the outside of the plate.
And swings at that one, and that'll be out number 2.
Here's the shortstop, number 1, Isaac Brule.
And like I said earlier, the Jaguars in action away at Valley on Friday. Pardon me, tomorrow they will be at Valley for a doubleheader. First game starts at 5. And I haven't looked at the forecast, but hopefully it's a little cooler than today.
It is. This is the hottest day for several days, according to the forecast.
And then the next time the Jaguars are at home will be the 16th against Urbandale, a single game. Bunt shown. Brule not too happy that he pulled back on that one. 1-2 here to Brule.
And Centennial with a single home game on Monday. But we will not be with you on the air as we're going to go to Omaha to the College World Series.
That is true. We will be in Omaha that day, taking in our one game a year at Charles Schwab.
And just a bonus that we get to go over and see the LSU Tigers. They'll either play at 1 o'clock or 6 o'clock, depending on what happens Saturday night.
Depending on which bracket they end up in. And Brule will be retired as Dalton strikes out the side. We head to the top of the 7th, the final inning here in game number 1. You're watching Centennial Digital. The score, 5-2 in favor of the Jaguars, driven by Freedom Tire.
We're here at US Cellular, Frost Days, where our customers get exclusive deals just for them. It's like we got our own special club. Should we show them?
Get $1,200 off any phone plus $500 off any tablet. Us Days at US Cellular.
Well, the Spartans getting ready for the top half of the 7th. Top of the order once again, Evan Barr.
They have 3 outs to work with, and they need 1 run per out to send this one to extra innings. Or bottom of the 7th, I guess I should say, then possibly extra. Well, there's the start for them.
And that's just barely fair. That's going to be extra bases. And we've seen that arm from Bullwinkle. That's going to keep the runner at second. So a stand-up double brings up Milo Kelly.
That is not what you want if you are a Jaguar fan.
I blame that on you.
But the good news is they've got a 3-run cushion. They can afford a run.
As that one's going to be a high fly ball. Crowner looking to call everybody off, and that's going to be out number 1. Brings up Lincoln Dalton, the pitcher. for lineups in game number 2. Are we going to go, are you sure? This is the right lineup. Dalton 0 for 3 here tonight. That one left high and outside. And that's another base hit for the Spartans. And that's going to make him 1 for 4 here in game number 1.
Dalton with a single to the right side. Here's the first baseman, number 22, Kai Valeroy.
And I heard you say it over there. The words, uh-oh.
Well, we're going to have a little drama to make things interesting. Kai Valeroy, the first baseman, went long ball back in the 3rd. If he does it again here, we're all tied up. But as we've said, knock on wood, long ball usually doesn't come into play here at Centennial.
Keyword, usually. And a courtesy runner over at first for the Spartans. That is number 16, Nolan Chestnut. As that one's left down low, makes it 1-1.
Well, I will point out that our home run hitter, Valeroy, popped up in foul territory to Crowner last time up. So that one he did not.
That one's going to go all the way back to the fence. 2 runs going to come across. And a stand-up double for Valeroy.
And we have a 1-run ball game with a tying run at second base.
That'll bring up the center fielder, number 13, Ben Burkle.
So Burkle now the batter for the Spartans.
And only one away as Coach Mark High is going to come out and have a conversation.
And I was looking at stats earlier. The Spartans have only played one other CIML team this season, and that is the south side of town, the Ankeny Hawks, which they beat. So the Spartans 2-0 against CIML teams as a pitching change coming for the Jaguars. With that, we are going to take a quick break and be right back. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Dear cable internet, I've met someone I can rely on, who moves my speed and is okay with how much I work. I'm sorry, but US Cellular Home Internet and I just have a stronger connection.
Get connected with US Cellular's home internet for just $39.99 when bundled with a wireless plan, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee. US Cellular, built for us.
Welcome back to the ball field here at Ankeny Centennial. Brecken Miller now on the mound for the Jaguars, a freshman and heir of Easton Miller.
Well, a big spot for a freshman here to come in and prove his worth, if you will. Tying run is at second base with only one away as we're in the top of the 7th. Centennial trying to close this one out.
And I know typically in high school baseball, you don't like to have a shadow over the younger sibling of the group. But when Easton Miller is the older brother in this. Do you feel there might be just a little bit of a shadow over Brecken?
Well, I think as a younger brother, you've always got something to live up to. With the older one coming before you, if they do anything, you've kind of got to live up to that. I played basketball. That's why my brother went to wrestling.
Are you sure it was that, or was it because you two just didn't get along? So now Ben Burkle steps into the box here for the Jaguars, as that's a high fly ball to center field, and it's going to be Jackson Reed underneath of it. And that'll be out number 2. Now Harrison Fierce, 1 for 3 here tonight.
Well, you can't do any better than that. 1 pitch, 1 out for the freshman.
And that one's going to be out of play. So it's 0-1. To Fierce. Jaguars looking to hang the hat on game number 1. That one's down in the dirt. Quinlan keeps it in front of him.
Well, the Jaguars making their fans a little nervous as they hit the edge of their seats here in the 7th.
One pitch. Down low.
Excellent stop by Quinlan. That one bounced clear out in front of the plate. Quinlan got up, played it with the chest protector.
2-1 now the count. That one's going to be inside.
A little trouble with the release point out there, it looks like. Everything coming off is coming low. You got Barber next and then Ryder, and you do not want this to go to Ryder. He is 3 for 3.
Yeah. Ryder's 3 for 3 here in this one. And that one's going to be low as well.
Every one of those was down in the dirt or very close to it.
So time called, and Coach High going to come out, join the meeting on the mound, and try and figure out what's going on here. So with that, we are going to take a quick break. Your score, 5-4, now in the top of the 7th. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
All the pets in Ankeny can't wait to see us at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital. Located just south of Uptown, our family-owned and operated practice has yearly plans with monthly pay options. Your dog or cat can get routine and preventative care before you may ever even know they are sick. From dental care to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart.
Welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial.
Things getting exciting here at the park.
Runners on first and second. That release point still not working from the first pitch here to Barber.
Last 5 have been down in the dirt.
Barber a single in the second. Line out to Nestler in the 4th, and a looking strikeout in the 6th. 2-0 here, the count to Barber.
And the bad part, though, those aren't even close. They're not just missing. They're missing by more than just a little.
And that one misses inside. Quinlan calls another mound visit. And the whole infield coming in, making sure they've got everything in line, knowing what to do. Giving Miller just a little bit to breathe.
Well, and I imagine a couple of words of encouragement for their pitcher there. We've got your back. Let us help you.
Don't try and take care of it on your own. If you have to give him one to hit, give him one to hit, and we'll take care of it from there.
Yeah, you don't have to be perfect, but just get him in there and get him close.
Pickoff attempt. So now the offense, or the defense, excuse me.
Well, and the good news, that throw wasn't low.
And apparently that's what he needed because he found the zone.
Just needed to throw one over to first.
And the Jaguars now playing into the trick play book as the cover on first, not typical with first and second, and Crowner came running up trying to get the tag. Trying to get something started here. 3-1 now the count. And a ball in play. It's going to be Nestler over to Crowner, and
that'll
that's
do
gonna
it.
do it. So that is game number 1. Jaguars win. It's 5-4, your final score. We will take a break and be right back with our Lamberti Murphy Strong Player of the Game. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Well, folks, welcome back here to the ballpark at Ankeny Centennial. And we were talking earlier in the game. Morris started us out, 2 doubles, 2 RBIs, and Nestler heard us talking about it and fought back.
He said, anything you can do, I can do better, and he sure made an attempt at it. Nestler, a single in the second, a 2 RBI double in the third, but I think we talked about what puts him over the edge. 2 great defensive plays out there at second base, and he got the final out just to cap it off to make it good.
So our Lamberti Murphy Strong Player of the Game, beating out Will Morris twice now, is William Nestler. So Nestler, the undefeated champion of the rivalry so far. We'll see if that carries over into game number 2 here tonight. Until then, we are going to take a break. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
were made to help us connect. Yet somehow they've made us less connected.
Which is ironic.
Don't you think? We try to put our phones down, but we need to pick them up to see the menu. We can't watch something without also watching something else.
Ironic.
Ironic.
But look, here's a phone company who wants you to use your phone less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. US Cellular, built for us.
Traffic jam. Ugh, and I'm already late.
No matter how hard I try, I cannot come up with any place I'd rather call home than Ankeny. We raised our family here, so when it came time to downsize, I knew there was no place for me but Ankeny. From unique shops to incredible restaurants, there's always something new to explore, and it's all just a few minutes away. Building my home here with Caliber was one of the best decisions I've ever made. If you're thinking about making a move, let me help you find your perfect home. You'll fall in love with Ankeny just like I have. Let's talk soon.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Garage Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
All the pets in Ankeny can't wait to see us at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital. Located just south of Uptown, our family-owned and operated practice has yearly plans with monthly pay options. Your dog or cat can get routine and preventative care before you may ever even know they are sick. From dental care to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital.
We're here at US Cellular, Frost Days, where our customers get exclusive deals just for them. It's like we got our own special club. Should we show them?
Get $1,200 off any phone plus $500 off any tablet. Us Days at US Cellular.
My real estate team knows that sports and extracurricular activities contribute to a well-rounded education. As an Ankeny Hawks mom, I have seen how important they are for success in school and beyond.
And as a realtor, I know that our schools are one of the main reasons people love to call Ankeny home, and that's why I am a proud supporter.
I've been helping Ankeny families for over 20 years, and if you or anyone you know needs help finding the perfect home, let's talk. But first, go Hawks.
Dear cable internet, I've met someone I can rely on, who moves my speed and is okay with how much I work. I'm sorry, but US Cellular Home Internet and I just have a stronger connection.
Get connected with US Cellular's home internet for just $39.99 when bundled with a wireless plan, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee. US Cellular, built for us.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
Our phones were made to help us connect, and somehow they've made us less connected.
Which is ironic, don't you think? Ugh, I love this song so much.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. US Cellular, built for us.
What if you could create memories that would last a lifetime? That would be pretty cool. Well, now you can.
Well, good evening, fans, and welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial High School. We are getting ready to go here for game number 2, Jaguars and Spartans. Jaguars took the win in game number 1, a close 5-4 victory. I blame it on being close on the announcer's curse.
Spartans with a nice rally in the top of the 7th. They had the tying run at second base before the Jaguars were able to shut them down and put the W up. And that's only the second loss of the season for the Spartans. So nice job out of the Jaguars. Made it interesting, but they hung on to put it in the win column. So game number 2 just about ready to go. We'll see what they've got in this one. Trey Hauser takes the bump to get things started. Miller goes behind the plate. Couple of the changes this game. Also, Newman over at first base. So Cade Newman is at first, Brecken Miller behind the plate. Trey Hauser on the mound as we're just about ready to go.
So leading off, Evan Barr, the left fielder for the Spartans. As mentioned, Hauser and Miller, the battery.
Barr batting leadoff in the first game too, but defensively he was at second base. He's going to move a little further away as he's going to go out to patrol left field according to what we have. Fouls the first one back into the screen. One for 4 in the first game with a couple of strikeouts, and that double that got things started in the top of the 7th was courtesy of Barr. He came around to score as that one's up the middle. A great play out there defensively, throws it to the bag. They got him! Nessler!
And Nessler trying to make it no competition here in game number 2.
Nessler, the great play out at second base for out number 1. Here's the catcher, number 8.
Brings up the catcher, Milo Kelly. So Nessler getting the good plays out early and trying to make his case early on in this one.
One batter, one vote for second game player of the game. That was just a nice defensive play. Nobody's getting that one as it's out in the alley.
Reed Anderson going to be the first one to it. That's going to be a stand-up double for Milo Kelly.
Milo Kelly will drop the anchor on second base. I'll bring up the first baseman, number 11, Lincoln Dalton.
Brings up Lincoln Dalton.
And Dalton was the Spartans pitcher in game number 1 through a complete game. This time he'll move over to first base, as Valeroy will wear the DH label here in game number 2.
And Valeroy on deck. We saw what he did in game number 1, a close to game-tying double in the 7th, as Bullwinkle going to settle under that one and be out number 2.
Bullwinkle in his tracks in right field for 2 down. That'll bring up the DH, number 22, Kai Valeroy.
So I was saying, Kai Valeroy, we've seen what he's done in game number 1. A home run in the 3rd.
And that big double in the 7th. That made things a little more interesting than Jaguar fans would have liked.
I still choose to blame it on you.
What a shock.
Hey, I'm not the one that said it'd take a big inning to come back for the Spartans. 1-0. Going to be a ground ball. Isaac Brule, throw over. Not going to be in time.
Just not able to get enough on that one. He was deep in the hole with the backhand. Did what he could, but just couldn't get enough on it. Nice play, though.
So I believe that will go in as a base hit on the book. Correct. Brings up Will Fredrickson, the third baseman.
Fredrickson's first appearance of the evening. Stands in from the right side.
So runners on first and third for the Spartans. Swings away, that'll be strike one. The 1-1 pitch coming to Fredrickson. Misses low and away.
Not sure where it missed, but Blue says it did, so that's what we go with.
It didn't miss by much, I'll tell you that.
Nice breaking ball.
That one finds the zone. And it'll bring one across. It'll be a base hit from Fredrickson.
And that was just going to be a tough play for Morris down there. High chopper. He tried to go up and get it. It just went off the tip of his glove. So we'll give him the infield single.
Looking at the swing, I was going to ask if we had moved to the driving range. That one looked like it was more of a golf swing.
It was a good 3-wood shot. But it did bring home a run for the Spartans, so they will once again break the ice first here in the top half. He'll take that one on the big hopper.
Take care of that one on his own. And that'll be out number 3. We head to the bottom of the first. Your score, 1-0 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Phones were made to help us connect, yet somehow they've made us less connected. Which is ironic, don't you think? We try to put our phones down, but we need to pick them up to see the menu. We can't watch something without also watching something else.
Ironic.
Ironic.
But look, here's a phone company who wants you to use your phone less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Traffic jam. Ugh, and I'm already late.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Welcome back on Centennial Digital. You've got the Jaguars and the Spartans doing battle here tonight. We're just about ready for the bottom of the first. Big shout out to the folks in the concession stand tonight, working hard. Did a great job. We were able to get some food from them and ready to go here in game number 2. We appreciate that. Just wanted to pass along the thank you. Now it's time to turn it back over to Cade.
So it's time to go. Bottom of the first, Isaac Brule, the first batter for the Jaguars.
Brule shortened up as if to bunt, pulled it back, pitch missed outside. Does have Fredrickson even with the bag, just in on the grass now, a step down at third base.
And that one's going to be a fly out to Barber at second. So that'll put one away here in the top of the first and bring up the designated hitter, Nolan Powell. Powell batting in place of Trey Hauser, doing the pitching duties here in game number 2. That one misses down away, or down low, excuse me. The 1-0 is inside, makes it 2-0.
That one has Powell moving back off the plate just a bit. And he goes from the inside pitch to sending one down the outside edge to get the strike call. So 2-1 the count. Collingwood comes back with another one in that same spot on the outside edge. Powell swings through it. It's going to even us up at 2-2.
The 2-2 pitch coming to Powell this time. And finds the inside portion of the zone, and that'll be out number 2.
Collingwood with the strikeout for 2 away. Here's the Jaguar third baseman, number 7, Will Morris.
First pitch to Morris.
Number 7, Will Morris at the dish. I just wanted to practice it once before doing it on the PA.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Sad part was I didn't know I did it, so I looked up, saw the microphone still sitting on the counter.
Hey, wait, that's not where that's supposed to be. As Ryder sets underneath of it, and that'll be out number 3. Jaguars go 1, 2, 3 in the bottom of the first. It's 1-0 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital.
Welcome back to the ball field here at Ankeny Centennial. We get ready to go for the top of the second. Harrison Fierce, the batter. Fierce shows bunt and bounces foul.
Nobody on, so bunting for a hit. Fierce in the number 7 hole here for the second game. Trying to find his way down to first.
That one will be left alone, 1-1. The 1-1. Finds the outside portion of the zone, 1-2. And swung on. That'll be out number 1 as Hauser takes care of out number 1 on his own. Brings up Gavin Barber.
Second baseman, number 7, Gavin Barber.
Barber 1 for 4 in game number 1.
Defensively at third base in the first game. He's going to move over to second base. Up the middle this time. Great attempt over there. Miller trying to track that one down. He chucked the face mask out of his way and got to it, just couldn't quite get under it. But a great effort out of the Jaguar catcher.
And Gavin Barber, 295 on the season so far. 392 on base percentage.
Miller held that one for just a second as if to say, umpire, are you sure?
2-1. Misses up high. And I saw something on one of my social media apps, the Ian Happ situation. He got thrown out the other night. He said something to the umpire, and the umpire didn't like it very much, and they finally released the audio of it, put with the video, and he just kindly said to the umpire, "Sir, you are not having a very good night." And the umpire did not like that too much. So Happ found the locker room after that. As that's going to be a 4-3 put out for Barber.
Brings up the shortstop, number 4, Jack Ryder.
But he said it ever so nicely.
He did. He did say it ever so nicely, and Happ was very confused. Ump looked at him and gave him the finger and tossed him, and he was very confused on, "Sir, I just said you are not having a very good game."
Apparently the umpire wasn't up for any constructive criticism.
As that one misses, it'll be a ball to Jack Ryder. And game number 1, Jack Ryder is not the guy you wanted to have at the plate when it was a big moment. 3 for 3 at bat in game number 1.
And he was in the on-deck circle when the game ended, so good place to leave him at the end of that game is right where he was, not give him a chance to stay hot and drive in the tying run.
That one's going to miss outside. 2-1.
Well, maybe it's that Hap said it so nicely. The umpire didn't know what to do with him, caught him off guard, so he threw him out of the game. He's not used to being talked to in that manner. Maybe if he'd have screamed at him, he'd have got away with it.
I'll have to pull up the video on our break and show it to you. But yeah, I was even kind of surprised that he got threw out when he got thrown out when I saw that video. I'm like, he told him very nicely.
Apparently the nicely didn't matter.
And that will be out number 3 as Hauser takes care of 2 out of the 3 on his own. So we will head to the bottom of the second. Your score is still 1-0 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Rush Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Welcome back to Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. Jaguars coming to the plate. Bottom of the second. It'll be hitters 4, 5, and 6.
That'll be Bullwinkle, Anderson, and Reed. 4, 5, 6. And Bullwinkle, the first one to step in. Bullwinkle tries to lay down the bunt, and it pops foul.
Fouled back into the net. We saw Bullwinkle do that the other night, catch him off guard by laying a bunt down the third base line.
He did indeed. That was against... Who did we play on Monday? My brain is not working. Dowling. There it is. Bullwinkle going to pop this one up high, center field. Burkle tracks it down. That's going to be out number 1. Brings up Reed Anderson, the Jaguar left fielder.
I didn't know there was going to be a quiz.
You knew if you left me to it long enough, I'd eventually get it on my own. First pitch misses up high on Reed. Anderson. Jackson Reed standing in the on-deck circle.
Reed 0 for 3 in the first game.
Is that first name Reed or last name Reed?
That'd be Reed Anderson. Flew out to left and a couple of times to shortstop.
This one's going to be popped up high and out of play. 1-2. Swung on. And it's going to be Burkle tracking that down for out number 2. So now Jackson Reed at the plate for the Jaguars.
Take the read from the first name, move it to the last name, and move on to the next hitter.
Jackson Reed 0 for 3 with a base on balls in the third.
You should just be thankful that it's not Reed Jackson Reed.
Yeah, that would really mess with me. That one's popped high out of play. And if you haven't been out to a ball game this year, when you look behind yourself on the home side stands, a brand new football field put in back behind us here at Centennial. As Jackson Reed will get the punch out for out number 3. We head to the top of the third. It's still 1-0 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
My real estate team knows that sports and extracurricular activities contribute to a well-rounded education. As an Ankeny Hawks mom, I have seen how important they are for success in school and beyond. And as a realtor, I know that our schools are one of the main reasons people love to call Ankeny home, and that's why I am a proud supporter. I've been helping Ankeny families for over 20 years, and if you or anyone you know needs help finding the perfect home, let's talk. But first, go Hawks.
Look, here's a phone company who wants us to use our phones less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
It's a free ride. But I already paid.
Welcome back to Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. As we're moving to the top of the third inning, Spartans are up 1-0. And take the opportunity to pass out a big thank you to Riley Impey, our producer tonight, once again coming on board. When she's not doing this, she runs Rusted Rose Studios. If you need some senior pictures or weddings are a specialty of hers, look up Rusted Rose Studios. She'd be glad to talk with you about what she can provide.
We head back to the top of the order here for the Spartans. Evan Barr up to bat, and I believe that's about 3 times we've seen the bunt try and be laid down here tonight. That one unsuccessful as well.
Not as big of a surprise coming from the leadoff hitter, though, as it is like when Bullwinkle does it as the cleanup man. More something you'd expect out of your top 2, let's say, in your batting order.
That one popped up out of play. Softball side, no action over there tonight. Oh, 2. Misses outside, 1-2.
No action on the softball side, no JV games ahead. It was kind of nice. I got here and there was plenty of parking spots out there tonight.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Normally I'm parking about 3-4 rows out from the field, and I'm parked in the first section here tonight. And we've also had the rare occasion happen twice this year already. Baseball's been done before softball. Typically, it's softball's done. They all filter their way over to the baseball side and watch the end of the game. Nope. We've been able to filter over to their side and watch the end a couple of times. As Jackson Reed going to settle in center. for out number 1. Brings up Milo Kelly, the catcher. And I know he probably can't hear me right now, but we looked in the stands after the game, and, well, this guy normally works baseball games, but as any good announcer, when you're not working a game, you always seem to end up at a game. Paul Yeager is here with us tonight in the stands.
We should see if we can get him to come up and put him to work for a while up here.
You saying you don't want 4 different jobs?
I didn't say it was for me.
Oh.
Bum.
I mean, I can go home.
Just left that one off the inside. The pitch was breaking, buckled the knees of Kelly. Didn't quite make it back into the strike zone.
Always great when Paul's here. Gotten to work with him a couple of times and have the memories of Little League Baseball with Coach Yeager. 2-2 now the count here to Milo Kelly.
Hauser spinning it again. That time just left it upstairs.
And fills up the count 3-2 with 1 away. The 3-2 pitch. And it's going to be out to center field, and Jackson Reed once again settles underneath of it. So now Lincoln Dalton steps into the box.
Well, if Reed and center can make one more out, he'll have the trifecta here in the third.
Dare I call it the hat trick? As that one's fouled off. Oh, 1 now the count. That one left up high, 1-1.
And he'll go from the attic to the basement. That one too far down out of the zone.
The 2-1 count. Swung on, sent down the right field line, and it's going to drop at the fence.
That one was one biscuit away from getting out of here. He
was
turned on
indeed.
it. Holy cow.
Lincoln Dalton, a stand-up double. And that'll take us to Kai Valeroy, the DH. And I was looking at stats in between games here. Kai Valeroy already had 1 home run on the season. So game 1 here tonight makes that 2 for him this season.
Well, the Spartan fans thought that last one by Dalton was out of here, and it was close off the base of the wall. He barreled it up nicely. Breeze continuing to blow out to the left side. On the gentle side, but that's the way it's carrying.
.81 degrees now here in Ankeny. A 10-mile-an-hour breeze just to the north.
So that's down 10 degrees from first pitch in game one.
It's got to be feeling a little bit nicer out there on the field for the guys. That one's up high, and he finishes the hat trick for the inning. It is Jackson Reed gets the final out. So we head to the bottom of the third. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
What if you could create memories that would last a lifetime? That would be pretty cool. Well, now you can.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Nestler, the first batter here for the Jaguars. In the bottom half of the third.
And Nestler picking up our player of the game in game number 1. And I'd have to say he's leading in game 2. No offense yet to speak of for the Jaguars, but one great defensive play, and it was Nestler.
That one misses low and inside. Well, we've only had a couple of home games this season, and we have not had a series sweep on our Lamberti Murphy Strong player of the game. Nestler could be looking to take the first sweep of the season.
Well, leader in the clubhouse here, inning number 3. We'll see if anybody steps up to take it away from him.
Could it be Morris? Bus is parked a little close tonight. Man, I know softball's not in action, but bus driver wanted to get out of here quick with the no AC. As Nestler going to hit that one back up the middle. It's going to bounce off the chest of Barber on the ground.
And that'll help his cause.
And it'll be an infield single for Nestler. So that brings up Cade Newman. The 0-0. Finds the outside portion of the zone, 0-1.
Burkle out in center field will shade Newman just a couple steps to the right field side of second base.
Pickoff attempt back home. Or back to first, excuse me.
As Barr out in left field is playing almost in left center. He is way off the line. If Newman could pull something here, he could pick up a double at least.
That one finds the zone as well, 0-2. Newman on the season so far, $14 at-bats.
Well, what that alignment tells me, Kate, is they don't think that he's going to be able to catch up with his fastball because they're shading him to be late on the swing. We'll see if he can prove them wrong.
1-2. Misses. And Kelly held that one for a while. He started to turn back towards the blue and couldn't see if the lips moved on that one. But
well, and the umpire did flinch, so he was certainly thinking about ringing the cash register.
2-2 pitch. Fouled off.
And there is that late swing out of Newman as he fouls that one down the right side. So I guess if I were him looking at that outfield, I'd be expecting gas from the pitcher.
2-2 pitch. Runner on first. Finds the outside portion of the zone, and that's out number 1.
He got away with it the first time, not that time, as they'll ring him up.
Coming to the plate, the catcher, number 16, Breckin Miller.
So that'll bring up Breckin Miller. Breckin Miller finishing out the game number 1 with a win. On the bump. That one finds the outside portion of the zone again. Compare all 3 of those pitches, overlay, and I think they're in the exact same spot. Only one was called a ball. 0-1. Swung on. 0-2.
And the Spartans' defensive alignment remains the same. Your left fielder playing pretty much just off the shortstop's shoulder. Center fielder shaded to the right side.
That one popped up high, and it's going to be Fierce underneath of it for out number 2.
Pierce comes in under it for 2 away. Here's the shortstop, number 1, Isaac Brule.
We go to the top of the order, Isaac Brule. Bo Collingwood, 3 games started, 3 games played, record 3-0 on the season. Collingwood, 37 strikeouts. And an ERA of 0.
So doing the math, that's just over 12 strikeouts a game for those first 3 games. That's why our book is 3 up, 3 down for the first 2 innings.
And the runner will advance over to second.
Nestler with a stolen base.
Bo Collingwood has pitched 18.2 innings this season. That's going to be Barber over to Dalton, and that's out number 3.
Barber will flip to Dalton for 3 away. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on for the Jaguars. We go to inning number 4, 1-0.
So we will head to the top of the 4th. Your score 1-0 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Dear Cable Internet, I've met someone I can rely on. who moves my speed and is okay with how much I work. I'm sorry, but US Cellular Home Internet and I just have a stronger connection.
Get connected with US Cellular's home internet for just $39.99 when bundled with a wireless plan, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee. US Cellular, built for us.
All the pets in Ankeny can't wait to see us at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital. Located just south of Uptown, our family-owned and operated practice has yearly plans with monthly pay options. Your dog or cat can get routine and preventative care before you may ever even know they are sick. From dental care to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital.
Welcome back to the ball field here at Ankeny Centennial. We are headed to the top of the 4th. Spartans still lead 1-0.
Coming to the plate for the Spartans, number 19, third baseman Will Fredrickson.
And Will Fredrickson, the batter. First pitch finds the zone.
And we'd like to thank you for joining us on Centennial Digital here this evening. If you want to let us know where you're watching from, that'd be great. You can reach out at MikeManRT on Facebook or X and let us know.
Fredrickson, an 0-2 count. Outside. One, two. And the play unavailable. That'll be a base hit for Fredrickson.
Fredrickson, the leadoff single. Here's the center fielder, number 13, Ben Burkle.
So now Ben Burkle steps up to the plate.
Nestler, a great diving opportunity on that last one. An effort, just unable to get to it. Couldn't pad the resume just with that one quite yet.
Oh, 1 count. Misses outside. And down the left field line, that one will go. Runners get held at third, and it'll be a stand-up double for Burkle. Brings up Harrison Fierce, the right fielder.
Here's number 6, right fielder Harrison Pierce.
Well, Jaguars in a bit of a pickle here. Runners at second and third. Nobody out in the top of the 4th. See if they can find a way to work their way out of this.
First pitch swung on, strike one.
Morris down at third, just a step in on the grass.
Up high, fly ball.
Runner tagging.
Bullwinkle calls it, and throw is not going to be able to make it home. That's one run across for the Spartans.
Here's
So a sack fly will bring one across for the Spartans.
And not only did the run come across, but Burkle moved from second to third on the throw to the plate. So base runner just 90 feet away for the Spartans.
Misses up high. That one's going to miss outside. 2-0. Fouled back. 2-1. That one's going to be...
That one in on the hitter. I do believe it hit him on the helmet. Home plate umpire didn't see it, so he's going to go ask for some help. So indeed, he is hit by the pitch. The runner will go back to third, and he'll be awarded first.
And now Coach Mark High coming out of the Jaguar dugout, asking for an explanation on his end.
Here's the shortstop, number 4, Jack Ryder.
And it was a very quick conversation. I definitely think it was the right call. It rode in on him and up and got him. The only thing he could have been maybe asking about was, did he swing around at it in trying to get out of the way? Did he follow through?
So now runners on first and third here for the Spartans.
And only one away. So what does Centennial do if Barber decides to take off for second? Do they have a play on? Do they just let him go? You wouldn't think they would throw all the way through with that runner on third.
You wouldn't think so. And from what it looks like, and I just got this from watching Miller put back on the mask, the Jaguars using a coach-to-catcher communication system this year. I went over, talked to Coach High, and I noticed he had one of those little microphone things hooked onto his jacket. So Miller being fed the information this year in his ear.
So that means the coach is sending in the pitch that he wants, which is then relayed out to the mound, in this case to Hauser. And there's your answer. They'll just let him go. Like Miller dropped the ball anyway, but I don't think there was ever any intention of throwing that through.
And I kind of wonder if it's less of coach calling the pitch and more of coach letting Miller know what to call on the defensive side of things.
Well, that could be as well. Now you see the defense coming in on the grass. So infield pulling in to try to cut down the run at the plate. The bad part about that is it opens up the angles for the hitter.
It does indeed.
Much easier to drive a ball past an infield that's pulled in rather than one that's playing back on the infield dirt. But Centennial already trailing 2-0 wants to keep it in that area.
Well, and I would imagine Coach High sees that the Spartan offense is going swinging here, and now on a 3-2 count, field still pulled in. And that's going to be out number 2.
Hauser with a strikeout for 2 away. Here's the left fielder, number 12.
Brings up Evan Barr, the top of the order, here for the Spartans. We do have some action in the Jaguar bullpen.
And that is a big strikeout. You look now, that allows the defense to drop back to their normal positions, give themselves a little more reaction time and tracking time on a ball on the ground. Nice breaking pitch out of Hauser. Barr just fouls it away.
How do you have 18's name written down for Centennial? Luch? Jack Luch? So Jack Luch getting ready in the Jaguar bullpen. Two-one count to Evan Barr. Runners on first and second now. Or second and third, excuse me. Two-two count, 2 away. Runners on second and third.
Oh, he delayed. He wasn't sure he was going to get the base, but he did not get rung up.
And that'll be a walk for Barr. So now the next batter are going to be Milo Kelly for the Spartans as Coach High on a meeting at the mound. And no call to the bullpen on this meeting. It is going to stay Hauser out on the mound. Bases loaded here. First pitch from Hauser is in for a strike. The 0-1 pitch swung on. Nestler flips it to Brule, and that's going to be out number 3 at second.
It's out number 3 at the bag. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. The Spartans add 1 in the top half. It's 2-0.
So the Spartans add 1. It's now 2-0 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Time.
I
real estate team knows that sports and extracurricular activities contribute to a well-rounded education. As an Ankeny mom, I have seen how important they are for success in school and beyond. I've been helping families here for over 20 years as a realtor, and I know that our schools and community activities are second to none. That's why people love to call Ankeny home, and that's why I am a supporter. If I can help you or anyone you know find the perfect home in Ankeny or the Metro, let's talk. And now it's time to cheer on our kids.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the Metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Once again, thanks for joining us on Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. We're in game number 2 of tonight's doubleheader. It's 2-0 Pleasant Valley Spartans as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Jaguars coming to the plate.
All the Spartans looking to win this game and pretty much scratch off the night. Call it even, put 1 in each column, and act like it never happened as we go to the Jaguar half of the inning. Nolan Powell, the first batter. First pitch finds the outside portion of the zone on Powell. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on 0-2. Well, Collingwood has only given up 1 hit here in this game.
Once again, I want to point out the outfield. They have switched around now. They are playing the left-hand hitter to hit it to the left side. And he pulls it to the right side.
It is Barber that takes care of that one, and it's going to be Barber to Dalton, out number 1. Brings up Will Morris, the third baseman.
Again, just saying they weren't expecting him to be able to get the bat out ahead of the ball, so playing him to go opposite field, which would be a late swing.
And just like that, the center fielder Burkle has switched to the other side of the 400 sign. So a right-handed hitter, and Morris ducking underneath that one.
Allen up and over his head.
I guess they do kind of have a free one. That one left outside, and Morris checked the swing.
Well, I certainly know I wouldn't want to get hit by his fastball. He's pumping it in there.
2-0 swung on, and it's going to be a base hit for Morris. So that'll bring up Cohen Bullwinkle, the right fielder. Bullwinkle, the batter here for the Jaguars, flew out to center last time up. Pickoff attempt over to first on Morris. Back safely. Bat to ball, and center field, tracking it down is Burkle. That's out number 2.
Centennial left fielder, number 8, Reed Anderson.
Brings up Reed Anderson, the left fielder for the Jaguars. And once again, we've moved to the left-handed batter's box, and to the left side of the 400 sign goes your center fielder, Burkle.
Outfield shifts toward the left field side. Just the opposite of what you would normally see on a left-hand hitter. You'd normally see everybody shift toward right field. But here, not expecting the Jaguar hitters to be able to catch up with Collingwood's fastball, they go the other way.
1-1. The stutter throw again from Kelly, as he's not sure where that one missed.
It was close.
I think if you put another one on that pinpoint, you might see another one. That one's going to be low. 3-1 count in favor of Reed Anderson.
So Anderson with a hitter's count here. Let's see if he can do something with it.
(3-1). Swung on, and that's going to find the alley. Catches up with it and puts it right where the gap is. So that'll put runners on first and second here for the Jaguars. Brings up Jackson Reed as the pitcher and catcher come together on the mound.
At the plate, number 2, center fielder Jackson Reed.
I was going to say discussing where to go after the game, but they've got to ride back to Pleasant Valley, and then they can figure out where they're going. I don't know. Do we want the bus to stop on the way home, or do we just want to get home and go out to eat?
Gonna guess they want the windows down and a lot of air movement. Without the AC unit working.
I would imagine that will be how that bus ride is going.
Jaguars able to string together a couple of base hits here in the bottom of the 4th. Looking to cash in on that runner down at second. Morris at second, Anderson at first. 2 away. Centennial trailing by 2.
0-2 count here to Jackson Reed.
Riley pointed out our flag now hanging straight down the pole as the wind has finally given it up.
Misses outside. One-two pitch. Makes it 2-2.
That is a tough pitch to take with 2 strikes. He looked it all the way into the catcher's mitt.
And I got to say, one thing I've noticed about Collingwood's setup is he gets into the stance and bounces for about 2-3 seconds, getting himself set.
He kind of bounces into it. You're right. That starts his routine.
So here he gets his pitch, checks the runner at second. Bounce, 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 quicker. Set. And here's the pitch. And that'll be the one that'll end the inning.
Reed knew it on that one.
And we will head to the top of the fifth. Jaguars, strand 2. Not able to get any across. It is 2-0 Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
We're here at US Cellular, Frost Days, where our customers get exclusive deals just for them. It's like we got our own special club. Should we show them?
Get $1,200 off any phone plus $500 off any tablet. Us days at US Cellular.
You're watching Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. They've now expanded into 6 locations: Altoona, Johnson, Ames, West Des Moines, and Urbandale. Now back to the action with Cade.
Shall we go to the Spartan half of the fifth? Lincoln Dalton, excuse me. The first batter.
Fouls that one away, dribbles it toward the Jaguar dugout. Hauser ahead in the count, 0-2. That one got away.
So the 0-2 will turn to 1-2. The 1-2 swung on. One-two pitch. And foul tip, strike 3.
Hauser with a strikeout for 1 away. Here's the DH, number 22, Kai Valeroy.
Brings up Kai Valeroy, a single in the first and a fly out to center in the third. First pitch misses.
Valeroy, the bomb in game number 1 as he sent one over the left field fence.
And hard contact with that one. But getting under it is going to be Jackson Reed in center field.
Tracks it down for 2 away. Here's number 19, the third
And again,
So-
solid contact that time out of Valeroy.
And I'm looking back at the flag, and now it's blowing back our direction. So the wind has gone from blowing out to start to dead to blowing into the ball field here, and that's going to be out number 3 as Nestler throws it to Newman. So we go to the bottom of the 5th. Your score remains 2-0 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Rush Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
It'll be hitters 7, 8, 9 coming to the dish for the Jaguars here in the bottom of the 5th. And here's Cade with the call.
We go to the Jaguars side of the inning. Will Nestler steps into the box. Bunt shown, pulled back, ball 1.
Centennial, an opportunity in the 4th inning as they had a couple runners on, stranded them on the base path. Not been much of an opening allowed from Collingwood.
Okay, so this is off air. Call me crazy, but third baseman has on different pants than the rest of the team. Am I wrong? They look way baggier. They also look lighter than the rest of them. 3-1 count here to Nestler. Swung on. That fills it up 3-2.
And Collingwood just likes to rear back and let it go. Trusting in that heater.
Nestler stepping out of the box, trying to throw off the rhythm of Collingwood. 3-2 pitch. Fouled back. New life for Nestler. Will, you're not supposed to come out and grab that without a helmet on. Three-two pitch. Once again, high and tight. Ball 4. The leadoff man will get on base for the Jaguars for the second time in both of them. Nestler, one with a single and one on a base on balls. So Nestler on base twice here in this game, once on a single And one on a base on balls bunt shown. Third base crashing.
So you pointed out the bouncing motion of Collingwood. Look at the difference. Here he's got a runner on, and the front foot is almost straight out in front of the back foot. When that's not the case, he's offset.
He opens his pitching stance when there is nobody on base versus somebody on first. He lines up straight up.
Exactly. That front foot is 6 to 8 inches further back to his left, like you said, opening the stance when there's nobody on base.
That one right down the middle, 1-2.
And I would say the bounce is more prevalent as well in that case.
Checks the runner before he gets set. And if I were a runner in that case, I think I would be taking note of that. He checks you before he gets set, and as soon as he gets set, he doesn't look yet again. Two-two pitch swung on, and that's a strikeout for out number one. Brings up Brecken Miller.
And good observation. You are correct. He takes a peek right there.
And I'm sure he'll take that peek again after he gets his sign.
There's a look. Now he comes set. And delivers it home.
And I know it's a little later in the game, but I think if I were on the Jaguar offensive side, I would take a shot at that and kind of see what comes of it, as he does not appear to peek again.
Well, he doesn't turn the head. I'm not so sure he can't see out of the corner of his eye as he's kind of looking that way. He just doesn't turn the head. I believe he's still keeping track of the runner, though.
One. Swung on 1-2.
Well, and that's the pitch from Collingwood you want to get. They're having trouble catching up to the fastball. So if he gives you the breaking pitch, that would be the one to try to send out into the grassy area.
That one fouled back.
And indeed, he came right back with the fastball. So Miller in a hole, 1-2.
Miller, contact with that one, foul in, out of play in the bullpen. That rooster done flapped its wings and thrown our papers off of our center area.
He scattered our sheets everywhere.
The 1-2 pitch here to Brecken Miller. A couple of new lives issued. Can he do something with it? He'll get another one. So Brecken Miller still fighting to stay alive here in this one.
He's seen plenty of pitches. Just out of the mid of Kelly.
The pitch.
Miller turns around shaking his head. Yep, knew it all the way. It was a ball. Not sure if he was trying to sell that to himself or the umpire.
Both. Well, I can definitely feel having our window open here. It's starting to cool off, and Miller not happy with that call.
After all the work he put in, that's kind of a bad ending to that story.
Miller's going to be sat down looking, and it's going to be Isaac Brule, now the batter. Brule, a fly out in the first, a ground out to second base in the third.
Well, he didn't win the battle, but a very good at bat from Brecken Miller.
And Kelly just got lost on that one. It bounced off of him, and then I think it bounced off of Brule next. And Kelly had no clue where it went.
Nestler awake, and he'll go down and take second base. So his second stolen base.
One out. Hard contact for Brule. And Burkle's going to sit underneath of it, and that'll end the bottom half of the fifth. We head to the top of six. It is Spartans 2, Jaguars 0. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
No matter how hard I try, I cannot come up with any place I'd rather call home than Ankeny. We raised our family here, so when it came time to downsize, I knew there was no place for me but Ankeny. From unique shops to incredible restaurants, there's always something new to explore, and it's all just a few minutes away. Building my home here with Caliber was one of the best decisions I've ever made. If you're thinking about making a move, let me help you find your perfect home. You'll fall in love with Ankeny just like I have. Let's talk soon.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Rush Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
You're watching Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. As we get ready to go here, top of the sixth, Jaguars struggling on the offensive side.
Well, they'll flip back to the defensive side here on this one.
Here's the center fielder, number 13, Ben Burkle.
That was an F8 to end the inning, right? Ben Burkle got the last out, will start at bat. First pitch misses outside. it does. It shows you on YouTube, or not on there. On YouTube, it does. Burkle over to Morris, and Morris throws it to Newman. That's out number 1.
Morris fires across for 1 away. Here's the right fielder, number 6, Harrison Fierce.
Harrison Fierce, now the batter. Oh, 1. Swung on. Strike 2. Oh, 2 pitch. Misses outside.
Miller wanted that one. He froze and held it there.
Call back to that being the exact same pitch that sent him to the bench. And a swinging strikeout will put 2 away.
That'll bring up number 7, the second baseman, Gavin Barber.
So a good start for the Jaguars here in the top of the 6th as Hauser hangs the K for out number 1.
Miller tries to frame that one, still misses outside.
Umpire's not buying, but he keeps selling.
One-zero pitch. Swung on, that's going to be a base hit.
Coming to the plate, second baseman, number 7, Gavin Barber. Correction. Let's make that number 4, Jack Ryder.
So now Jack Ryder at the plate for the Spartans. And Ryder doing what he did in game number 1, but that one's going to go to the glove of Jackson Reed, and that'll put 3 away.
And that'll retire the Spartans here in the top of the 6th. We go to the bottom. They hang on.
So we will go to the bottom of the 6th. Spartans still lead 2-0. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Phones were made to help us connect, yet somehow they've made us less connected. Which is ironic. Don't you think? We try to put our phones down, but we need to pick them up to see the menu. We can't watch something without also watching something else.
Ironic.
Ironic.
But look, here's a phone company who wants you to use your phone less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
Traffic jam. Ugh, and I'm already late.
What if you could create memories that would last a lifetime? That would be pretty cool. Well, now you can.
Centennial Digital brought to you by Freedom Tire, the leading tire dealer and auto repair shop in central Iowa. Proud to bring you Jaguar Baseball. As we head to the bottom of the 6th, Centennial trails by 2 Here's Cade.
Well, coming up to bat here for the Jaguars, Nolan Powell, the designated hitter.
Leading off the bottom of the sixth for Centennial, the DH number 20, Nolan Powell.
Nolan Powell, a strikeout in the first and a ground out to second. Foul ball. Powell 250 on the season so far. And once again, your center fielder shading to the left side of that 400 sign. Out in center. O2 count. Up high, ball one.
And the Jaguar offense could use a little shot of something to get them going here, as we're in the bottom of the sixth and they trail by 2.
Well, I'm sure if this was the Stanley Cup final like you were watching the other night, there'd be an interesting way of getting things started here for the Jaguars. As Collingwood's going to send another one back to the Jaguar bench.
Here's the Centennial third baseman number 7, Will Morris.
So you're saying somebody should go out and throw down the gloves and...
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I mean, typically baseball, the way to get your team fired up is you see a coach come out and kind of sacrifice himself for the team to get them fired up, but
throw himself on the umpire's sword, so to speak, and get tossed out of the game.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what? I've rubbed up a few balls in my day. You remember that one that I showed you? The broadcast proceeded to go silent for 18 seconds. Will Morris at bat for the Jaguars. The 1-1 pitch. And error, correct? That one will go down in the book as an error. And, folks, they don't call it the hot corner for no reason.
Exactly that reason right there. A hot shot down that way.
So Morris going to be credited with a hit on that.
It was a scorcher toward Fredrickson down there. Kind of hard to hang an air on him on that one. I'm sure he'd say, Mr. Scorer, you think you can do better? Come out here and try it.
And I'd say I tried, and it didn't go so well. So you're doing great. I only say that because I used to run book in the dugout. That's going to be a 6-4 putout, fielder's choice.
Ryder sticks with it to get the force out at second for 2 away. Here's the left fielder, number 8, Reed Anderson.
Brings up Reed Anderson. And I got to say, looking at the last few postseasons for the Jaguars. It has been heartbreakers every time for the Jaguars. A couple years, the Jaguars have lost out to Ames. Those were the last 2 years before this one. I believe we're in the Sub-State Championship, and last year losing out to Dowling in the Sub-State Championship. So I would have to go back and look specifically, but it has been quite a few years since the Jaguars have seen the state championship field.
Well, on that one you mentioned Ames a couple years ago, especially heartbreaking. They were a heavy favorite coming into that game, but it was Ames Little Cyclones on a run that year. They made it all the way to the final game.
They did indeed. They played Johnston in the final game, the, I believe now 3-time defending state champs.
And they gave them a run for their money for that game as well before the fairy tale ended and the clock struck midnight.
The Little Cyclones got hot when it mattered that year. 0-2 the count. And Anderson able to get bat to ball on it, but not much behind it. Still sends it foul.
Just kind of threw his hands at it out there to foul it off.
The 0-2. Sends it back up the middle. And that'll be a base hit for Anderson.
Anderson, the single. Here's the center fielder, number 2, Jackson Reed.
Brings up Jackson Reed. The heart of the Jaguar offense on the field right now. That's the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Bullwinkle on second, Anderson on first, and we will have a mound visit for the Spartans. So Jackson Reed now at the plate. Last time the Jaguars were in this actual state championship.
Reed, a strikeout victim twice in this game tonight.
Jackson Reed with runners on first and second with 2 away will swing at that one and make it 1-2. Misses low and away.
Here's where we need one of those radar guns that used to be here when Okie pitched.
Well, there's one down there, and I've been trying to get readings off of it, but I can't see it well enough. The Spartans have one out there. That one's a high fly ball back behind us. And Jackson Reed, contact with that one. The Jaguars could have the tying run across, and they do. A stand-up double on an 86-mile-an-hour pitch from Collingwood. Puts two across for the Jaguars. Now, what the hell did I do with my pen? What the hell? So now, William Nestler at the plate.
Well, a very exciting opposite field double for Jackson Reed brings the tying run across. So we are all tied up now here in the bottom of the sixth.
One pitch swung on. You take Maine, I'll feed a number.
So Collingwood looks in, gets the sign. Quick check of the runner down at second. That's Reed. He'll go set, the delivery. Reed takes off down to third. Here's the throw. He's in there.
What was that? Pregame? 87.
87-mile-an-hour on that last delivery to Nestler as he digs back in. 2-2 the count. 2 away. Runner on third for the Jags. He took something off that one, but left it upstairs. That is a huge run, Cade, down at third. If they can push that across, they go to the seventh inning, only needing 3 outs.
The off-speed pitch, 77 miles an hour that time. The pitch. And that one's going to be a fly out to Fierce, but the Jaguars hang up an all-important number 2 in the bottom of the 5th. Make that the 6th. We head to the top of the 7th. It's tied 2-2. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom.
All the pets in Ankeny can't wait to see us at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital. Located just south of Uptown, our family-owned and operated practice has yearly plans with monthly pay options. Your dog or cat can get routine and preventative care before you may ever even know they are sick. From dental care to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Freedom Tire bringing you tonight's production of Centennial Digital Jaguar Baseball. It's all tied up going to the 7th. Here we go.
And things just got interesting as you heard, tied up 2-2. Now here in the top of the 7th. The Spartans could have one chance to respond.
Well, they're exactly where they'd like to be. Top of the order stands at the plate.
And that breeze really starting to blow back into the field. That flag is up and blowing in.
It has definitely changed direction, and that might have to do with some of that wet weather we're still supposed to get tonight.
Oh, man, you mean I cleaned my car for nothing?
Every time I wash my cow.
Man, I haven't heard that line in forever.
You know he's going to throw the water.
3-0 here, the count to Evan Barr. We start at the top of the order here for the Spartans.
Well, that is not the start you're looking for in a free pass to the leadoff hitter.
Barr will find his way down to first. Brings up Milo Kelly. See, now that's going to bother me that I can't think of it. So now Milo Kelly, a double in the first. And a fly out in the second, or in the third, excuse me. Miller now going to take a walk to the mound. Pickoff attempt.
Oh, that was close over at first. That would have been a great big eraser for that walk.
And Hauser will try again to no avail. Bunt laid down. Hauser. Throw is off and pulls Newman off the bag. So runners will go to first and second. And a courtesy runner will come out. That is number 5. Jackson O'Melia.
Well, Centennial trying to gift wrap this one for the Spartans. As they were willing to give him an out, and Centennial just gave it right back to him.
Now you see the corners in here for the Jaguars. Morris and Newman up on the grass. And Barber, pardon.
Well, Centennial just imploding a little bit here in the top of the 7th. As that ball trickles by and the runners both move up.
And now Coach High going to make his way out to the mound here for the Jaguars. As I believe we may see a pitching change here. So Trey Hauser will come out of the game in the top of the 7th. And that'll bring in Jack Luch. Number 18 for the Jaguars. With that, we are going to take a quick break here. We're all tied up at 2. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Well, you're looking at number 18, Jack Luch, warming up for the Jaguars as he has come in to try to get him out of this sticky situation they find themselves in. They've got runners at second and third for the Spartans. Nobody out and a tie ball game. Jaguars have some work to do if they're going to keep it that way. And come to bat in the bottom of the 7th, still even.
Well, runners on second and third here for the Spartans. As you can hear both sides of the crowd starting to rally up. The Spartan dugout alive as could be. And Landon Luch.
Miller and Luch, a quick conversation. They're making sure they're on the same page.
And pardon me, that's Jack Luch on the mound.
That one's high and tight.
So 2-0 here, the count to Lincoln Dalton. That one's going to miss. I'm not sure where. But it'll be 3-0. High and tight once again. And that'll be ball 4.
Well, is there a batter you don't want to see coming to the plate here? How about number 22, Kai Valeroy? He has barreled it up a couple of times tonight.
And the Jaguars all in on the grass here. Bases loaded. Are they expecting to see Valeroy bunt here?
No, they're trying to cut down the run at the plate is what they're doing. And, you know, that walk might have been the intentional, unintentional to load him up. That puts the force play on at the plate. Which would have been great right there, but it's a foul ball.
Would have been fantastic, but Valeroy, I think that one caught him off the ankle. And that one hurts when it comes off the bat and right back towards your ankle.
Well, the good news is the force is on. The bad news is there's nowhere to put him. You got to pitch to him here and hope for a ball at someone to come home for the force out.
And we are already 0-2 here to Valeroy. How in the world? How in the ever-loving world? That one close makes it 1-2. The 1-2 pitch inside evens it up 2-2.
That sweeping pitch comes across in and in at the knees of Valeroy. So 2-2, you're going to have to come get him. There's nowhere to put him out there.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. They say he fouled it off.
Just got the smallest of pieces of that one to stay alive.
Hair on his chinny chin.
Well, a strikeout would be huge here if Luch can get one.
And you talk about rallying up the defense here in this one. A strikeout against Valeroy with bases loaded would be huge, as that one's left up high.
Well, here we go. Full count, bases loaded.
Nowhere to put him.
It's ball game time.
3-2.
Not even close.
And that is going to walk one across. So Will Frederickson now at the plate. First one misses.
And still a big 0 under the out section on the scoreboard.
The 1-1 pitch here to Frederickson. Fouled off.
And the Spartans able to push across the go-ahead run here in the top of the 7th with no hits, 3 base on balls, and an error have led to them taking the lead.
That one's going to be called fair and right down the line. That's going to hit into the corner of the field here. And 2 more will come across for the Spartans.
Frederickson, 2 RBIs on the stand-up double. At the plate, number 13, center fielder, Ben Burkle.
So that'll bring home Burkle, or that'll bring up Burkle, as there are now runners on second and third.
Well, the hill just keeps getting bigger and bigger for the Jaguars to climb, as they've given up 3 here in the top of the 7th and still nobody out.
Ouch.
But really, it's a mess they made for themselves. Like we said, the 3 walks and an error set all this up. 1 hit brought in 2 more.
And now you've got 2 more in scoring position.
So this one could still get ugly for Centennial, as if it's not ugly enough already.
The 1-1 pitch. Swung on. Can Bullwinkle get under it? That's out number 1. Runner tags. And another one will come across.
Purple with a sacrifice fly brings one in. One away. Here's number 6, right fielder, Harrison Fierce.
So now it's a runner on third for Harrison Fierce. The Jaguars just keep on digging the hole.
Well, the good news is they finally have an out on the board. The bad news is it took 4 runs to get there. And it's just demoralizing for the Jaguars. They fought so hard. They finally tied it up and then turned right around and sabotaged themselves.
The 0-1 pitch. Bunt shown. They're going to go home with it, and that's another one across.
Here's the second baseman, number 7, Gavin Barber.
And now Coach I coming back out to the mound here in this one, as it looks like we may have another call to the bullpen here. And we will. So we're going to take a break and we'll be right back. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Look, here's a phone company who wants us to use our phones less.
That's ironic.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Let's find us again with Us Mode. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
It's a free ride. But I already paid.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Rush Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
All the pets in Ankeny can't wait to see us at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital. Located just south of Uptown, our family-owned and operated practice has yearly plans with monthly pay options. Your dog or cat can get routine and preventative care before you may ever even know they are sick. From dental care to x-rays to our own pharmacy, we love them like our own. Your pets are our pets at Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital.
Welcome back to the ball field here at Ankeny Centennial. Connor Williams, the new pitcher for the Jaguars. Runner goes, throw down to second. Gavin Barber at the plate here for the Jaguars, or for the Spartans, excuse me. Man, that one swung on and missed. Is it 1-1? Should be. And a balk called on.
A balk has been called. Runner will advance.
Williams.
Well, this one is reminiscent of the first game the other night when Centennial just could not get out of their own way to get out of the first couple of innings. And they're revisiting it here at a very inopportune time as they came into the seventh tied and now trail by 5 with another run 90 feet away.
And Williams will come in and get a strikeout to put 2 away. Brings up Jack Ryder.
And Ryder's bat has certainly cooled off here in the second after going perfect in the first game. He has yet to get a hit here in game number 2.
The bat cooling down with the air. 75 degrees now here at the ballpark.
It's almost 20 degrees cooler than when we started this little episode tonight.
Gotta feel like somebody's turned on the AC out there.
Well, don't tell them we had the AC on all night in here.
I'm sure the rest of our listeners and watchers here on CISN Centennial Digital had the AC on as well and were comfy sitting on their couch or wherever they're watching from. And that'll be out number 3. So we will head to the bottom of the 7th. The Spartans hang up 5 in the top. It is now 7-2 in favor of the Spartans. You're watching Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Freedom Tire is proud to be the title sponsor of supporting Jaguar student athletes through Centennial Digital. With 6 locations around the metro, you're never far from getting you back or keeping your family safely on the road. Our certified staff and state-of-the-art technology means you can take comfort knowing you've got the best work at the best prices. Come see us at Freedom Tire, a proud supporter of Centennial Digital.
Dear cable internet, I've met someone I can rely on, who moves my speed and is okay with how much I work. I'm sorry, but US Cellular Home Internet and I just have a stronger connection.
Get connected with US Cellular's home internet for just $39.99 when bundled with a wireless plan, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee. US Cellular, built for us.
You're watching Centennial Digital, brought to you by Freedom Tire. As we go to the bottom of the 7th, Jaguars with a lot of work ahead of them as they trail by 5.
So Cade Newman going to be the first one up to bat.
Well, you know how we started the night talking about how that lack of air on the bus might make them a little sluggish in the last game? I think it just made them mad.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have affected them in a bad way.
They just stored up all that energy and broke it out in the 7th inning. They found a big can of you-know-what.
And the catcher heading back to the dugout. Issues with the chest protector. How was Nestler retired? Okay. So now everything all situated and good for the catcher, Kelly. And I do believe, based off of this pitching stance, we do have a new pitcher on the mound here for the Spartans. That is number 21, Adam Bratcher. Bratcher coming in to do closing duties. Bratcher a 3 ERA. Okay, I like his stats. I like his stats for the last inning. I like his stats. That one's going to find the zone, make it 2-2. Two-two pitch. And that'll be out number 1.
Here's the catcher, number 16, Brecken Miller.
Brecken Miller steps into the box. And a curveball up by the head of Miller.
Actually behind his head on that one. By the time it broke, it was behind him.
The 1-0 pitch incoming. Misses up high. Did we sign Angel Hernandez for tonight? That one finds the zone. 2-1. Swung on. Miller gets a piece of it, fouls it back. On deck, Isaac Brule. Guaranteed to see an at-bat one way or another. And Miller sent back to the bench swinging.
Coming to the plate, the shortstop, number 1, Isaac Brule.
Isaac Brule now the batter. Brule 0 for 3. Looks at the first pitch. What was he appealing? The swing or where the ball was? Yeah, he called it a strike. 0-1 the count. Brule didn't move the bat. Did he? Brule fouls that one off, 0-2.
That one in on the fist as you see him shaking his hands. Trying to get some feeling back in him after the stinger.
The 0-2. Up high. Catcher appealed. The 1-2 pitch again. No, there's 2. Newman and Miller. Newman was our first one. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Misses outside. Can't confirm.
That one bounces in the dirt.
Full count here. Brule fouls it back and out of play. Three-two. Once again. Fouled back yet again. And that's going to be strike number 3. That's going to do it for game number 2. Your final score, Spartans 7, Jaguars 2. On behalf of everybody here at Centennial Digital, I want to thank you for tuning in. We will see you at home next time on the 16th against Urbandale. On behalf of Andy, Rodney, and myself, Cade Tomlinson, we want to thank you for tuning in here on a Wednesday night. Until next time, on behalf of Tomlinson Announcing and Centennial Digital, GOODNIGHT.